Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Dark Origins of the Goblet of Fire. Long before the Triwizard Tournament was reinstated at Hogwarts, long before Harry Potter's name mysteriously emerged from blue flames, the Goblet of Fire existed in shadow and whispers throughout the wizarding world. Tonight, we shall explore a fascinating theory that suggests this ancient magical object may have origins far darker than the books ever revealed. In the flickering light of ancient magic, the Goblet of Fire stands as one of the most mysterious magical artifacts encountered in the Harry Potter series. Described as a roughly hewn wooden cup, unassuming in its appearance yet brimming with immense magical power, it served as the impartial judge that selected champions for the Triwizard Tournament. But what if this seemingly neutral artifact was created not for the glory of magical cooperation, but for purposes far more sinister? The canonical description of the goblet reveals several unusual properties worth examining. First, it creates a magically binding contract with those whose names it selects. A contract so powerful that even Albus Dumbledore, arguably the greatest wizard of the age, could not override it. Second, it demonstrates a form of sentience, selecting champions based on worthiness rather than random chance. And third, it appears impervious to tampering, except under extraordinary magical circumstances. These properties alone suggest power beyond ordinary enchantment. Consider that in the wizarding world, magically binding contracts are rare and typically require both parties' conscious agreement. Yet the goblet binds unwitting participants to potentially deadly trials without their explicit consent. This bears more resemblance to the dark arts than to benign magical objects. Imagine, if you will, the creation of such an artifact, perhaps in the distant past, when the boundaries between different magical traditions were less defined. A powerful enchanter sought to create an object that could identify those with the greatest magical potential, not for a friendly competition, but to select suitable vessels for magical sacrifice. The sensation of ancient magic often carries distinctive qualities: a heaviness in the air, a subtle distortion of light, an inexplicable chill that penetrates to the bone. Wizards sensitive to such emanations might have felt these very sensations around the goblet had they known what to perceive. It's worth noting that throughout magical history, fire has often represented both purification and destruction. The blue flames of the goblet could symbolize both the purifying selection of worthy champions and the destructive nature of the trials that await them. These dual purposes mirror ancient sacrificial rites, where the chosen were both honored and destroyed. Consider also the timing of the goblet's activation during Samhain or Halloween in the modern calendar, a time when the boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead grows thin. Many ancient magical cultures performed their most powerful rituals during this period, particularly those involving contracts with forces beyond the mortal realm. Perhaps the most compelling evidence for the goblet's dark nature lies in its unyielding enforcement of its magical contract. Even when faced with the knowledge that a 14-year-old boy had been entered against his will, the goblet offered no recourse. This absolute power over human will, this disregard for context or compassion, aligns more closely with dark magical artifacts than benevolent ones. The question naturally arises: if the Goblet of Fire truly began as a dark artifact, how did it come to be used in a school tournament? The progression from sinister origins to educational usage mirrors many historical objects. Just as ancient weapons often end up in museums, powerful magical items might be repurposed once their original creators and purposes have been forgotten. One might theorize that the original creator of the goblet intended it to select sacrifices for dark rituals. The most magically powerful individuals would be identified by the goblet and bound to participate, ensuring a steady supply of potent magical energy for whatever purpose the creator envisioned. Over centuries, as attitudes towards such practices changed, the purpose of the goblet might have been gradually altered. However, magical objects often retain aspects of their original enchantments regardless of how they are later used. The goblet's unyielding nature, its ability to create binding magical contracts, and its selective sentience could all be vestiges of its darker beginnings. Imagine the first Triwizard Tournament. When wizards attempted to repurpose this powerful artifact, perhaps they believed they were fully in control, never realizing that the goblet's core enchantment, to bind the most powerful to a potentially fatal outcome, remained intact. What appeared to be a competition for glory might have simply been the goblet fulfilling its original purpose in a new context. This theory also offers an intriguing perspective on why the tournament was eventually discontinued. Perhaps too many champions met tragic ends, not merely due to the inherent dangers of the tasks, but because the goblet itself was designed to ensure sacrifice. The modern reinstatement might have been attempted with additional safeguards, yet even these proved insufficient against the goblet's fundamental nature. There exists an alternative perspective, of course. Perhaps the goblet was created with noble intentions to identify those with the courage and magical ability to represent their communities in times of negotiation or conflict. Its binding nature might have been designed to ensure that those selected would fulfill their responsibilities rather than abandon them when difficulties arose. Yet even this more benevolent interpretation must account for the goblet's inflexibility and the potentially deadly consequences of its selections. Even objects created with the best intentions can harbor dangerous power, particularly when that power removes choice and agency from those affected. The implications of this theory extend throughout the wizarding world. How many other ancient artifacts currently used for seemingly benign purposes might harbor darker origins? The Ministry's Department of Mysteries likely contains numerous objects whose true natures and original purposes remain obscured by time. For the students of Hogwarts who witnessed the Triwizard Tournament, the goblet appeared as merely an impressive magical judge. Yet they may have been in the presence of one of the most insidiously powerful dark artifacts ever created, one that had simply been recontextualized through history until its true nature was forgotten. The blue flames that danced within the goblet might be seen differently through this theoretical lens, not the warm, inviting fire of the Gryffindor common room, but something colder, more ancient, flames that consume without warming, that select without mercy, that bind without compassion. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how often in the wizarding world and our own, the original purposes of ancient traditions and objects become obscured over time. The Goblet of Fire, with its mysterious power and unyielding nature, invites us to question whether some magical artifacts can ever truly be separated from their original intent. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder what other seemingly benign objects in the wizarding world might harbor forgotten darkness within their enchantments. Chapter 2. Lily's Protection and the Power of Choice. What if the most powerful magic isn't found in ancient tomes or forgotten spells, but in the simplest of human experiences, the power to choose? Tonight, we delve into a fascinating theory that suggests Lily Potter's sacrificial protection was uniquely powerful, not merely because she died for her son, but because she was given a choice to live, and chose death instead. The canonical account of that fateful Halloween night tells us that Lord Voldemort, guided by a fragment of prophecy, arrived at Godric's Hollow intent on eliminating the threat to his power. When he encountered Lily Potter standing between him and her infant son, he gave her an unusual opportunity, the chance to step aside. 3 times, it said, he offered her the chance to save herself. 3 times she refused. This curious detail often passes without deeper examination. Why would Lord Voldemort, a wizard who had murdered countless victims without hesitation, offer mercy to Lily Potter? Some accounts suggest this was at the request of Severus Snape, who had begged for her life. Regardless of the reason, this offered choice becomes the centerpiece of our theory. Consider the nature of magical protection through sacrifice. Throughout wizarding history, there are accounts of witches and wizards dying to protect their loved ones, yet few, if any, created the kind of protection that surrounded Harry Potter for 17 years. What made Lily's sacrifice different? The answer might lie in the rarest and most powerful element of all magic, genuine choice. Imagine, if you will, the magical resonance created when a person consciously chooses death when offered life. Not merely accepting the inevitable, but actively embracing death as a preferable alternative to allowing harm to come to another. This deliberate choice might amplify the magical impact of the sacrifice exponentially. The sensation of such a moment would transcend ordinary experience. A singular point where time seems to slow, where the universe holds its breath, awaiting a decision that will echo through magical reality. In that suspended moment, as Lily faced Voldemort, the trajectory of magical history pivoted on her choice. Ancient magical traditions across cultures speak of the power of willing sacrifice. The difference between taking something and having it freely given has profound magical implications. Blood forcibly taken carries one kind of power, but blood freely given carries another entirely, one that often proves far more potent in the deepest forms of magic. This principle extends beyond blood to life itself. A life taken creates one kind of magical resonance, but a life freely given, especially when there was a clear alternative, creates something far more powerful. The texture of such protection would feel different from ordinary magical shields. Those who encountered Harry throughout his life might have sensed something unusual about him without recognizing its source, an almost imperceptible shimmer in the magical field surrounding him, the lingering echo of his mother's choice. Consider the evidence from the canonical accounts. When Voldemort used Harry's blood to resurrect himself, he believed this would allow him to bypass Lily's protection. Yet even then, the protection persisted in unexpected ways. It lived not just in Harry's skin, but in the very magical fabric of his being, protection woven so deeply that it extended into realms Voldemort could not anticipate. This theory suggests that the protection was uniquely powerful, precisely because Lily had a viable alternative. Had Voldemort simply attacked without offering her the chance to step aside, her death would still have been a sacrifice, but perhaps not one with the same magical resonance. The offered choice created a fork in magical reality, one path where she lived, another where she died, and her deliberate selection of the latter imbued her sacrifice with extraordinary power. The implications extend beyond this singular event. Throughout the wizarding world, we see evidence that magic responds to intention and choice. Unforgivable curses require genuine desire to cause harm. Patronus charms require authentic happy memories. The deepest magic seems responsive to the authenticity of the caster's choices and emotions. In this light, Lily's protection represents perhaps the purest example of choice-based magic, a protection created not through complex wandwork or ancient incantations, but through the most authentic decision a mother could make. There exists an alternative perspective, of course. Some magical scholars might argue that the protection came not from the choice itself, but from the love that motivated it, that Lily's sacrifice was powerful because of the depth of her love, not the presence of an alternative. Yet this view doesn't fully account for why her protection differed from other loving sacrifices throughout magical history. Others might suggest that the protection's unusual power stemmed from the specific magical circumstances of that night, perhaps the prophecy itself, or Voldemort's own magical vulnerabilities, or even the presence of ancient protective enchantments in Godric's Hollow. Yet the choice theory offers the most elegant explanation for the unprecedented protection that surrounded Harry. It accounts for both the uniqueness of his situation and the consistent themes we observe in how magic functions throughout the wizarding world. If we accept this theory, it carries profound implications for our understanding of magical protection. The most powerful shields may not come from spells at all, but from moments of pure, consequential choice. Perhaps in the heart of the Department of Mysteries, unspeakables study this very phenomenon, the magical resonance created when a witch or wizard stands at a genuine crossroads and chooses with absolute conviction. For Harry, this protection manifested in ways that extended far beyond simple physical safety. It seemed to permeate his very being, creating ripples in how magic itself responded to him. His survival of the killing curse as an infant was just the first manifestation of this protection. Later, it prevented Quirrell from touching him, and later still, it lived on in his blood, even when that blood coursed through Voldemort's reconstructed body. The sensory experience of this protection might have been subtle, but profound. Not the obvious shield of a protective spell, but something more fundamental, a change in how magical energy itself flowed around and through Harry. Those sensitive to such things might have perceived it as a subtle warmth, a barely perceptible hum of protective energy that rose to full potency only when needed most. This theory also sheds new light on Dumbledore's insistence that Harry return to the Dursleys each summer. If the protection truly stemmed from Lily's choice, then reinforcing that connection through Harry's relationship with Lily's blood relatives would strengthen the magic in ways that extended beyond simple proximity. The choice, once made, created ripples in magical reality that could be sustained and amplified through ongoing connections to those with shared blood. As you drift toward the borders of sleep, consider the weight of choices in both the magical and non-magical worlds. How often does the power to truly choose determine not just our path but the very fabric of our experience? And in those rare moments when we stand at genuine crossroads, with viable paths extending in different directions, what unseen power might reside in the choices we make with absolute conviction? If magic truly responds to intention and choice, what protection might we create in our own lives through the decisions we make with unwavering certainty? Chapter 3. Dumbledore's Foreknowledge of Peter's Betrayal. In the tapestry of wizarding history, certain threads appear misaligned when examined closely, moments where actions and reactions don't quite follow their expected patterns. Tonight, we explore an intriguing theory that suggests Albus Dumbledore, with his penetrating wisdom and far-reaching intelligence network, may have known that Peter Pettigrew would betray the Potters long before that fateful Halloween night. The canonical record shows that, when the Potters needed protection from Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore suggested the Fidelius Charm, a complex spell that would conceal their location within the soul of a chosen secret keeper. Initially, it appeared that Sirius Black would serve as this keeper, but at the last moment, the role was secretly given to Peter Pettigrew. This decision ultimately led to tragedy, as Peter betrayed the Potter's location to Voldemort. Yet certain subtleties in Dumbledore's behavior before and after these events raise questions about what he truly knew. Consider that Dumbledore, who headed the Order of the Phoenix and managed an extensive network of informants, demonstrated an almost uncanny ability to track Voldemort's movements and anticipate his strategies. Would such a keenly observant wizard have missed the signs of a traitor within their midst? Imagine, if you will, the atmosphere in those final days before the Potters went into hiding. The Order of the Phoenix was fracturing under the weight of suspicion. Friend doubting friend, whispers of a spy in their ranks. In this climate of mistrust, Dumbledore would have been watching everyone with particular attention. The sensation of being evaluated by Dumbledore's penetrating gaze was often described as unsettling, as though those twinkling blue eyes could see past surface thoughts into one's very soul. Had Peter Pettigrew found himself subjected to such scrutiny, and if so, how likely is it that his nervousness, his divided loyalties, would have gone unnoticed? There exists compelling evidence that Dumbledore possessed exceptional skill in reading people's intentions and emotional states, even without resorting to legilimency. Throughout his long life, he demonstrated an almost preternatural ability to discern truth from falsehood, to identify character strengths and weaknesses with remarkable precision. If we accept this premise, we must then ask a more troubling question. If Dumbledore suspected Peter's potential for betrayal, why would he allow him to become the secret keeper at all? The answer may lie in Dumbledore's approach to prophecy and fate. By the time the Potters went into hiding, Dumbledore had heard Sybil Trelawney's prophecy regarding a child born as the 7th month dies, a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. He knew Voldemort had learned of this prophecy, at least in part, and was determined to eliminate the threat. Perhaps Dumbledore, with his complex understanding of magical theory, recognized that prophecies often fulfill themselves in unexpected ways. Perhaps he understood that the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort was, in some sense, inevitable, destined to occur regardless of what protective measures were taken. In this light, Dumbledore's actions take on a different complexion. If he believed that Harry would eventually need to confront Voldemort to fulfill the prophecy, his primary concern might not have been preventing this confrontation indefinitely, but ensuring it occurred under circumstances that gave Harry the greatest possible advantage. Consider the protective magic that Lily Potter inadvertently created through her sacrifice, a protection that lived in Harry's very skin and blood for years afterward. This magic proved crucial in Harry's early encounters with Voldemort and shaped the course of their conflict in fundamental ways. Would this protection have existed had the Potters remained safely hidden, or did it require precisely the sequence of events that occurred? Voldemort finding them, James falling first, and Lily being given the choice to step aside before choosing to die protecting her son. The texture of such a calculated gamble would feel cold against one's conscience, a weight of responsibility few could bear. Yet Dumbledore, throughout the canonical accounts, demonstrates a willingness to make precisely such difficult choices when he believes they serve a greater good. This theory suggests that Dumbledore's apparent miscalculation regarding Peter Pettigrew was, in fact, a carefully considered move in a longer game. A game where the stakes were not just the immediate safety of the Potters, but the ultimate defeat of Lord Voldemort. The evidence for this perspective is necessarily circumstantial, drawn from patterns in Dumbledore's behavior rather than explicit statements. Yet these patterns are consistent. Time and again we see Dumbledore orchestrating events from behind the scenes, allowing certain dangers to unfold while mitigating others, always with an eye toward some distant objective. Consider his subsequent handling of Harry Potter. Rather than raising him in the wizarding world, surrounded by magical protection, Dumbledore placed him with Muggle relatives who offered him little emotional support, but maintained the blood protection established by Lily's sacrifice. Rather than sheltering Harry from danger at Hogwarts, he repeatedly allowed him to face challenges, while perilous, strengthened him for the greater conflict to come. These decisions reflect a consistent approach, one that prioritizes long-term strategic advantages over immediate safety. If we apply this same lens to the events surrounding the Potters' betrayal, Dumbledore's actions become more comprehensible, if no less troubling. There exists, of course, an alternative perspective. Perhaps Dumbledore, for all his wisdom and insight, simply misjudged Peter Pettigrew. Perhaps the pressure of leading the resistance against Voldemort, of trying to protect countless potential targets while gathering critical intelligence, simply stretched his attention too thin. Even the greatest wizards remain fallible, and miscalculations can occur regardless of skill or experience. Yet this explanation sits uncomfortably with what we know of Dumbledore's capabilities. This was a wizard who could sense magic others couldn't perceive, who could track subtle patterns across vast distances of space and time. Would such a wizard have missed the signs of betrayal in someone as close to the Order's inner circle as Peter Pettigrew? The implications of this theory extend beyond the specific events surrounding the Potters' deaths. If Dumbledore was indeed playing such a long game, sacrificing immediate safety for long-term advantage, it raises profound questions about magical ethics and the responsibility that comes with foreknowledge. For those students of Hogwarts who trusted Dumbledore implicitly, who saw in him the embodiment of wisdom and benevolence, this theory might seem disturbing. It suggests a colder, more calculating side to his character, a willingness to allow tragedy if he believed it served some greater purpose. Yet perhaps this complexity is precisely what makes Dumbledore such a fascinating figure in wizarding history. Neither purely good nor evil, he operated in shades of moral gray, making difficult choices based on incomplete information and uncertain predictions. If this theory holds true, the night the Potters died might be seen not as a failure of Dumbledore's judgment, but as a painful step in a strategy that unfolded over decades, a strategy that ultimately led to Voldemort's final defeat, though at terrible cost. The whispers of suspicion around Dumbledore's foreknowledge have never fully faded in certain magical circles. Some continue to question whether different choices might have protected the Potters, while still ensuring Voldemort's eventual defeat. Others argue that prophecy and fate operate according to their own rules, and that Dumbledore simply recognized patterns that others couldn't see. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder, in the complex web of choices that determine our fate, how much is truly foreseeable? If Dumbledore did indeed anticipate Peter's betrayal, does that make his inaction more understandable or more troubling? And in your own life, would you prefer the comforting illusion that those who guide you always prioritize your immediate safety, or the complex truth that sometimes longer visions require harder choices? Chapter 4. The hidden truth about the prophecy. Throughout the corridors of magical history, prophecies have guided the actions of witches and wizards, shaping destinies with their cryptic proclamations. Among these, few have had more profound impact than the prophecy connecting Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort. But what if there was more to this prophecy than we've been led to believe? Tonight we explore a compelling theory suggesting that Dumbledore's understanding of the prophecy went far deeper than he ever revealed. The canonical account tells us that Sybil Trelawney delivered the prophecy during her job interview with Dumbledore at the Hogshead Inn. It spoke of a child born as the 7th month dies, born to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord, who would have power the Dark Lord knows not. This child would be marked as the Dark Lord's equal, and neither could live while the other survived. We know that Severus Snape, then a Death Eater, overheard part of this prophecy and reported it to Voldemort, setting in motion the chain of events that led to the Potters' deaths and Harry's destiny. But certain subtle inconsistencies suggest there might be more to this story than what appears on the surface. Consider, first, the peculiar timing and location of Trelawney's interview. Dumbledore chose to meet her not at Hogwarts, but at the Hogshead Inn, a tavern known for attracting a shadowy clientele, owned by his own brother Aberforth. If Dumbledore truly sought privacy for a routine teaching interview, why choose such a public and questionable venue? Imagine the atmosphere of the Hogshead that evening, the smoky air thick with whispered conversations, the mingled sense of fire whiskey and secrets being traded in dark corners. In such a setting, a prophecy might be overheard not by accident, but by design. This raises our first intriguing possibility. Did Dumbledore intentionally arrange for the prophecy to be witnessed and reported to Voldemort? The texture of such a calculated move would feel cold against the skin, a gambit where lives become playing pieces, where foreknowledge becomes a weapon more powerful than any spell. Yet throughout the canonical accounts, we see evidence that Dumbledore was willing to make precisely such difficult choices when he believed they served a greater purpose. There exists another curiosity in the canonical record: Dumbledore's immediate and complete acceptance of the prophecy's validity. Sybil Trelawney was not known for reliable prophecies. Indeed, her teaching career at Hogwarts was largely characterized by dubious predictions and theatrical performances, rather than genuine seeing. Yet Dumbledore not only hired her on the spot, but took her prophecy seriously enough to recommend that the Potters go into hiding. This seems particularly unusual, given Dumbledore's generally rational approach to magical phenomena. He was known to view divination as an imprecise branch of magic, yet he based critical strategic decisions on this single prophetic utterance. Perhaps Dumbledore recognized something in this prophecy that others could not see, some pattern or power that confirmed its authenticity beyond doubt. Or perhaps, as this theory suggests, His certainty came from a different source entirely. Consider a more radical possibility. What if Dumbledore already knew the substance of the prophecy before Trelawney spoke it? What if he had encountered this prediction, or one very like it, in his extensive studies of ancient magic? The Department of Mysteries houses countless prophecies, many dating back centuries. As a wizard with unprecedented access to magical knowledge, Dumbledore might have discovered an older prophecy foretelling the rise of a dark wizard and his eventual defeat by a marked child. He might have recognized the pattern unfolding and arranged Trelawney's interview specifically to bring this prophecy into the present moment, to activate it, as it were, in a form that would shape contemporary events. The sensation of such ancient magic reverberating into the present would feel like distant thunder felt through the soles of one's feet, a deep vibration connecting past, present, and future in a single moment of prophetic utterance. This theory offers a compelling explanation for several puzzling aspects of Dumbledore's behavior. It explains his immediate acceptance of Trelawney's prophecy, his careful tracking of Voldemort's movements, and his subsequent treatment of Harry Potter, not as a child to be protected at all costs, but as someone who needed to be prepared for an inevitable confrontation. But the implications extend further still. If Dumbledore recognized this prophecy as part of a larger pattern in magical history, he might have understood that the conflict between Harry and Voldemort represented something more fundamental than a battle between good and evil. It might have represented a necessary magical balancing, a correction to a disruption in magical forces caused by Voldemort's unnatural extensions of his life and power. In this light, Dumbledore's often questioned decisions regarding Harry take on new meaning. His placement of Harry with the Dursleys, his apparent willingness to let Harry face dangers at Hogwarts, his careful doling out of information over the years, all might have been guided not merely by immediate tactical concerns, but by a deep understanding of how prophecies must unfold. The evidence for this perspective is necessarily circumstantial, drawn from patterns in Dumbledore's behavior rather than explicit statements. Yet certain moments stand out as particularly suggestive. Consider his explanation to Harry in Order of the Phoenix about why he hadn't made him a prefect, that Harry had enough responsibility to be going on with. This casual remark hints at a larger burden Dumbledore always knew Harry would bear. Or consider Dumbledore's reaction when Harry described his wand connecting with Voldemort's in the graveyard. Not surprise, but intense interest, as though confirming something he had suspected. Throughout the canonical accounts, Dumbledore rarely appears genuinely surprised by events related to the prophecy, however shocking they might be to others. There exists, of course, an alternative interpretation. Perhaps Dumbledore was simply exceptionally skilled at adapting to unexpected developments, at incorporating new information into his plans with seamless expertise. Perhaps his apparent foreknowledge was merely the result of brilliant deduction and careful observation. Yet this explanation doesn't fully account for the precision with which events unfolded, nor for Dumbledore's specific preparations, such as leaving Harry the Sword of Gryffindor in his will, an item that proved crucial in destroying Horcruxes Dumbledore couldn't have known Harry would need to find. The implications of this theory extend beyond the specific events of Harry's confrontation with Voldemort. If prophecies represent not merely predictions but activations of magical patterns that recur throughout history, it raises profound questions about fate, free will, and the cyclical nature of magical conflict. For Harry, who often felt manipulated by Dumbledore's selective revelations, this perspective might offer both comfort and concern. Comfort in knowing that Dumbledore's seemingly callous decisions were guided by a deeper understanding of prophetic necessity. Concern in recognizing how thoroughly his life had been shaped by forces set in motion long before his birth. The echoes of prophecy often resonate beyond their immediate fulfillment, creating ripples that shape magical society in subtle ways for generations. If Dumbledore indeed understood the prophecy as part of a larger magical pattern, he might have anticipated not just Voldemort's defeat, but the transformation of wizarding society that would follow. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, Consider how differently we might view Dumbledore's actions if we accept that his knowledge of the prophecy went deeper than he ever revealed. Not merely a wise headmaster making difficult choices, but a magical scholar who recognized a pattern unfolding across centuries and guided it toward its necessary conclusion, however painful the path might be. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you might wonder, in the intricate dance between prophecy and choice, how much of our path is predetermined and how much remains open to change. If Dumbledore did indeed have deeper knowledge of the prophecy's meaning and origins, was Harry ever truly free to choose his own destiny? And in your own life, would you want to know if your choices were part of some larger pattern, some necessity that transcends individual desire? Or is there greater comfort in believing that our futures remain unwritten, shaped by nothing more or less than the choices we make in each present moment? Chapter 5. The Elder Wand's Mysterious Selection Process. Within the quiet shadows of wizarding lore, certain magical objects seem to possess awareness beyond mere enchantment, a sentience that defies conventional magical understanding. Tonight, we shall contemplate one of the most enigmatic of these, the Elder Wand, and the intriguing theory that its method of choosing a new master extends far beyond the simple act of disarming or defeating its previous owner. The canonical understanding of wand allegiance tells us that wands may switch loyalty when their owner is defeated. With the Elder Wand, this principle appears heightened, its power passing to whoever defeats its current master, regardless of whether the wand itself changes hands in that moment. This is how its allegiance transferred from Dumbledore to Draco Malfoy, and later from Draco to Harry Potter. Yet certain inconsistencies in the wand's known history suggest something more complex may be at work, that the Elder Wand might evaluate potential masters according to criteria far more subtle than victory in a duel. Consider the wand's storied past. According to the tale of the three brothers, the wand was created by Death himself and given to Antioch Peveril. While this origin may be more legend than fact, the wand's subsequent journey through wizarding history follows a pattern that seems almost deliberate, each transfer of power leading towards some greater purpose rather than random chance. Imagine, if you will, the sensation of holding such a wand, the ancient wood thrumming with latent power, a whisper of consciousness brushing against your magical perception. Not the comfortable familiarity of a wand that chose you at 11, but something older, more calculating in its assessment of your worthiness. This theory suggests that the Elder Wand possesses a form of magical discernment that goes beyond simple recognition of defeat. Perhaps it evaluates potential masters based on their magical capacity, their intentions, or even their role in some greater magical design unfolding across centuries. The evidence for this perspective lies in certain curious transitions of the wand's allegiance throughout its known history. Consider Grindelwald, who stole the wand from wandmaker Gregorovitch without defeating him in a proper duel. According to the simplest understanding of wand allegiance, the Elder Wand should not have transferred its loyalty to Grindelwald through mere theft. Yet, by all accounts, Grindelwald wielded the wand's full power for decades afterward. Some might argue that the act of stunning Gregorovitch constituted a form of defeat. Yet this seems a rather loose interpretation, one that raises questions about what truly constitutes defeating a wizard. If momentarily incapacitating someone is sufficient to win the Elder Wand's allegiance, then its loyalty should have changed hands countless times throughout its long history. Perhaps a more compelling explanation is that the Elder Wand recognized something in Grindelwald, some quality or potential that aligned with its own mysterious purpose. The wand might have evaluated him and found him worthy, not merely because he had overcome its previous master, but because it judged him suitable according to criteria beyond our understanding. This theory becomes even more intriguing when we consider the wand's transfer from Dumbledore to Draco Malfoy. Draco disarmed Dumbledore, yes, but Dumbledore was already weakened by poison, physically diminished and wandless when this occurred. Was this truly a defeat worthy of transferring the allegiance of the most powerful wand in existence? Or might the Elder Wand have recognized something in this moment beyond the simple mechanics of disarmament? The texture of such a moment would feel different from ordinary wand allegiance. perhaps a silent evaluation occurring on a magical frequency imperceptible to human senses. The wand might have perceived Dumbledore's willingness to be disarmed, his orchestration of his own apparent defeat as part of a greater plan. It might have recognized Draco not as a true master, but as a temporary vessel, a necessary link in a chain leading towards some predetermined outcome. This leads us to another curious transition: the wand's transfer from Draco to Harry. Harry physically overcame Draco months after Draco had disarmed Dumbledore, taking Draco's personal wand in the process. Yet Harry never directly interacted with the Elder Wand until the final confrontation with Voldemort. According to the canonical explanation, the Elder Wand transferred its allegiance to Harry because he defeated its technical master, Draco. But this assumes a rather simplistic mechanism for an artifact of such ancient and mysterious power. Would the most powerful wand in existence truly operate according to such straightforward rules? Perhaps there was something more meaningful occurring, a recognition by the wand of Harry's worthiness that transcended the mere fact of his victory over Draco. The Elder Wand might have perceived Harry's essential nature, his intentions, his role in the unfolding conflict between light and dark magic. It might have chosen him, not because he won a specific duel, but because it judged him worthy according to deeper magical criteria. This perspective offers an intriguing explanation for why the wand ultimately refused to kill Harry when wielded by Voldemort. If the wand truly possessed a form of discernment beyond simple allegiance, it might have recognized that Voldemort was attempting to use it against its true master. More than that, it might have recognized something fundamentally unsuitable in Voldemort himself. Perhaps his fragmented soul, his inverted understanding of power, or his place in the greater pattern of magical history. The implications of this theory extend beyond the specific events of the Wizarding War. If the Elder Wand selects its masters according to criteria beyond simple defeat, it suggests a level of agency in magical objects that few wizards have recognized. It hints at the possibility that the greatest magical artifacts might operate according to purposes of their own, purposes that intersect with human intentions but are not bound by them. Consider how differently we might view the Elder Wand's history through this theoretical lens, not as a prize passing randomly from one victor to another, but as an ancient power seeking specific vessels throughout time, perhaps guiding magical history towards some predetermined outcome. For its possessors, this would mean something profound, that they were chosen not merely because they won a duel, but because they embodied qualities the wand itself deemed worthy. Dumbledore's long possession of the wand might be seen not merely as a testimony to his dueling prowess, but as evidence that the wand recognized in him a suitable guardian for a particular era in magical history. There exists an alternative perspective, of course. Perhaps the wand's allegiance does follow relatively simple rules of defeat and conquest, and the apparent inconsistencies in its history result from incomplete information or misunderstanding of what constitutes defeat in various contexts. Yet this explanation seems insufficient to account for the wand's behavior throughout the canonical accounts. The Elder Wand demonstrated patterns of allegiance too precise, too consequential to be explained by simple mechanics of conquest. Its final refusal to kill Harry when wielded by Voldemort suggests a level of discernment that transcends basic loyalty to whoever last won it in battle. For students of wand lore, this theory offers a fascinating avenue of exploration. If the Elder Wand chooses its masters according to complex criteria beyond disarmament, might other wands operate along similar, if less pronounced, principles? Might every wand selection involve an evaluation more sophisticated than wizards have recognized? The whispered conversations among wand-makers hint at this possibility. Ollivander's famous phrase, "The wand chooses the wizard," takes on deeper significance if we consider that wands might be evaluating potential owners according to criteria we barely understand. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider the Elder Wand's final known fate, broken by Harry Potter, and returned to Dumbledore's tomb. If the wand truly possessed the kind of discernment this theory suggests, might it have accepted this end willingly? Might it have recognized that its purpose in the grand tapestry of magical history had been fulfilled, and that the time had come for its power to pass from the world. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder, what qualities might the Elder Wand have perceived in those it chose as masters throughout its long history? If magical objects can indeed evaluate worthiness according to criteria beyond our understanding, how might this change our perception of the relationship between wizards and their tools? Are we truly the masters of our magical instruments, or might they be guiding us according to purposes of their own, purposes that unfold across timescales far beyond a single human lifetime? Chapter 6. Slughorn's protection of Tom Riddle. The mist of altered memories can obscure not only facts but intentions. We venture into a shadowed corner of wizarding history to explore an intriguing theory that Horace Slughorn's tampered memory of his conversation with Tom Riddle about Horcruxes represented not merely self-preservation, but a deliberate attempt to protect his former student from the consequences of his darkest inquiries. The canonical account shows us Slughorn's modified memory in Harry's 6th year, a conversation where Tom Riddle asked about Horcruxes, and Slughorn responded with horror and denial. When the true memory was finally revealed, we saw instead that Slughorn had provided Tom with crucial information about multiple Horcruxes, information that the young Riddle would later use to fragment his soul beyond any previous Dark Wizard's attempt. This modification appears on the surface to be simple self-protection, Slughorn hiding his complicity in providing information that helped create Lord Voldemort. Yet certain subtleties suggest something more complex might have been occurring, a different motivation behind Slughorn's careful editing of this pivotal moment. Consider Slughorn's character as revealed throughout the canonical accounts. Though often portrayed as self-serving and comfort-loving, we also see in him a genuine affection for his students, particularly his favorites. He took pride in their accomplishments, maintained connections with them throughout their lives, and seemed to view their successes as in some small way his own. Imagine the sensation Slughorn might have felt when he realized what Tom Riddle had become, the cold horror washing over him like ice water as he connected the brilliant, charming student he had favored with the monstrous Dark Lord, who now terrorized the wizarding world. This realization would have been accompanied by another, equally chilling, that he himself had provided crucial information that helped make this transformation possible. The theory suggests that Slughorn's memory modification served a dual purpose, yes, to protect himself from blame, but also to protect Tom Riddle from the full consequences of his actions. By obscuring the extent of information he had provided, Slughorn might have been attempting, in his own small way, to deny Riddle the knowledge that had helped corrupt him. The evidence for this perspective lies partly in the specific nature of Slughorn's memory alteration. He didn't erase the conversation entirely, which would have been simpler if self-protection were his only goal. Instead, he modified it to show himself responding with appropriate horror to Riddle's inquiry. This revision preserves not just Slughorn's reputation, but a version of Tom Riddle, who was firmly rebuffed in his dark inquiries. A Riddle who might, in some alternative reality, have been turned from his path. Consider, too, Slughorn's extreme reluctance to share the true memory with Dumbledore or Harry. If mere embarrassment or fear of censure were his only motivations, Dumbledore's assurances of confidentiality might have been more persuasive. Perhaps his resistance stemmed from something deeper, a desire not to fully acknowledge, even to himself, the role he had played in Riddle's transformation. The texture of such a complex motivation would feel like layers of delicate silk, self-protection interwoven with regret, genuine affection for a former student, tangled with horror at what that student became, responsibility both accepted and denied in the same moment. This theory gains additional credibility when we examine Slughorn's behavior toward Harry Potter. His initial reluctance to return to Hogwarts appears motivated not merely by fear of Voldemort, but by a desire to avoid confronting his role in creating him. When he does return, he shows a particular interest in Harry, not just as a celebrity collector's item for his slug club, but as someone who represents the antithesis of what Tom Riddle became. Perhaps in Harry, Slughorn saw a chance at redemption, Another extraordinarily talented student he could guide, but this time toward light rather than darkness. His eventual decision to share the true memory with Harry might represent not just capitulation to persuasion, but a recognition that facing the truth was necessary to prevent history from repeating itself. The implications of this theory extend beyond Slughorn's personal motivations. If his memory modification was indeed partially an attempt to protect Riddle, it suggests a recognition that knowledge itself can be dangerous, that some information, once shared, cannot be recalled, and its consequences cannot be contained. For magical educators, this raises profound questions about responsibility. When teaching powerful magic, how does one balance the obligation to share knowledge with the risk that it might be misused? Slughorn's experience serves as a cautionary tale about the unforeseen consequences of answering a talented student's seemingly academic questions. There exists an alternative perspective, of course. Perhaps Slughorn's memory modification was indeed purely self-serving, an attempt to distance himself from any responsibility for Voldemort's rise. His reluctance to share the true memory might have stemmed simply from shame and fear, rather than any lingering protective instinct toward his former student. Yet, this explanation seems insufficient to account for the specific nature of his memory alteration and his complex relationship with both Tom Riddle and Harry Potter. The canonical accounts suggest a depth to Slughorn's character that goes beyond mere self-interest, even if that self-interest remained a significant motivation. For those who encountered Professor Slughorn during his long teaching career, this theory might shed new light on his pedagogical approach. His careful cultivation of talented students, his intricate network of connections, his subtle guidance of those he favored, all might be seen not merely as social climbing, but as an attempt to shape the application of talent in positive directions. The faint aroma of crystallized pineapple and fine mead that often accompanied Slughorn's presence concealed a more complex reality. A teacher who had learned, through bitter experience, that talent without guidance could lead to disaster. His collection of favorites might have been as much about ensuring their positive development as about securing advantages for himself. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how differently we might view Slughorn's behavior if we accept that his memory modification was partially motivated by a desire to protect Tom Riddle. Not merely a cowardly attempt to evade blame, but a complex response to a devastating realization that he had contributed, however unwittingly, to the creation of a monster. The soft glow of the lamplight seems to dim as we contemplate this perspective, casting longer shadows across our understanding of responsibility and regret. Slughorn's modified memory becomes not just evidence of his weakness, but of a peculiar kind of loyalty. A teacher unwilling to fully abandon a brilliant student, even after that student had abandoned everything Slughorn valued about the wizarding world. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder, when we share knowledge that might be misused, do we bear responsibility for the consequences? If Slughorn did indeed alter his memory partly to protect Riddle, was this an act of misguided loyalty, or a recognition that some knowledge, once given, can never truly be taken back? And in your own life, how do you balance the obligation to share what you know with the recognition that information, like magic itself, takes on a life of its own once released into the world? Chapter 7. The Secret Spells of Lily and Snape. The margins of old books often hold whispered secrets between those who once shared their pages. Tonight, we explore a compelling theory that suggests the spells annotated in the Half-Blood Prince's Potions textbook weren't solely Severus Snape's creations, but the product of a collaborative magical partnership with Lily Evans before their friendship fractured. The canonical account introduces us to the heavily annotated copy of Advanced Potion Making that Harry Potter discovers in his 6th year at Hogwarts. The book, once belonging to the self-styled Half-Blood Prince, later revealed to be Severus Snape, contains numerous handwritten improvements to potions, recipes, and several invented spells, including the dangerous Sectum Sempra and the whimsical Levicorpus. These annotations have typically been attributed entirely to Snape, a reflection of his extraordinary talent in both potions and spell creation. Yet, certain subtle details suggest the possibility of collaboration, that some of these magical innovations might have emerged from the combined brilliance of Snape and Lily Evans during the years of their close friendship. Consider first what we know of Lily Evans from the canonical accounts. Though often defined primarily by her sacrifice and her relationship with James Potter, scattered references throughout the series reveal her to have been an exceptionally talented witch in her own right. Slughorn specifically mentioned her intuitive brilliance at potions, saying she had an instinctive understanding that went beyond mere technical skill. Such talent would have made her a natural collaborator for the equally gifted Snape. Imagine the two of them huddled over textbooks in the library, or by the lake at Hogwarts, the air around them practically humming with magical potential as they exchanged ideas, challenged assumptions, and pushed the boundaries of conventional spellwork. The sensory experience of such collaboration would be distinctive. The scratching of quills on parchment, the mingled excitement of discovery, the shared satisfaction when theory transformed into successful practice. The handwriting in the potions book provides our first clue that collaborative work might be present. Harry notices variations in the cramped script filling the margins, sometimes more careful and precise, sometimes hurried and excited. While these differences could simply reflect Snape's changing mood or circumstances, they might also hint at a second hand involved in the annotations. More compelling evidence lies in the nature of the spells themselves. The inventions attributed to the Half-Blood Prince fall broadly into two categories: those with defensive or practical applications, and those with more aggressive or potentially harmful effects. This dichotomy might reflect not just the complexity of Snape's character, but the influence of two different magical sensibilities. Spells like Muffliato, which fills others' ears with an unidentifiable buzzing to prevent eavesdropping, or the toenail-growing hex, seem playful and relatively harmless, the kind of magic that might appeal to students wanting privacy or engaging in mild mischief. These contrast sharply with Sectum Sempra, explicitly labeled for enemies and capable of inflicting grievous wounds. The theory suggests that this divergence might reflect the different ethical approaches of Snape and Lily to magical innovation. Perhaps the more benign spells emerged primarily from Lily's creativity, while the darker applications represented Snape's growing fascination with the power of magic beyond conventional boundaries. The texture of such a collaborative process would be rich and complex, ideas flowing between two brilliant minds, each bringing their own perspective and magical intuition. Lily might have tempered Snape's darker impulses, redirecting his talent toward more constructive applications, while Snape's technical precision might have helped shape Lily's more intuitive approach to magic. Consider, too, the emotional significance such collaboration would hold for Snape. The annotations in the potions book represented not just his own brilliance, but a tangible reminder of the time when he and Lily worked side by side, when their friendship seemed unbreakable, despite the growing pressures pulling them apart. This theory offers a poignant new perspective on why Snape labeled himself the Half-Blood Prince in that book. Beyond simply acknowledging his mixed heritage, the title might have represented a private communication with Lily, perhaps an inside joke, or reference to conversations they had shared about his mother's family. If some of the annotations were indeed collaborative, the book itself became a record of their intellectual partnership, making the personalized title all the more meaningful. The evidence for this perspective is necessarily circumstantial, drawn from small details and patterns rather than explicit statements. Yet these patterns are suggestive. When Harry uses Sectum Sempra against Draco Malfoy, Snape's reaction seems complex. Anger certainly, but also something more nuanced, perhaps shock at seeing a spell develop during his friendship with Lily, now used for the kind of violence he had drifted toward after their estrangement. There exists an alternative perspective, of course. Perhaps all the annotations were indeed Snape's alone, reflecting the duality in his own nature, capable of both cruelty and care, of creating spells to harm and to help. His extraordinary magical talent is well established in the canonical accounts, making it entirely plausible that he developed all these innovations independently. Yet this explanation doesn't fully account for the stylistic variations in the annotations, nor for the stark contrast between the more benign and more aggressive spells. The collaborative theory offers a richer interpretation, one that acknowledges both Snape's brilliance and Lily's influence on his early magical development. The implications of this theory extend beyond the specific spells in the textbook. If Lily and Snape did indeed collaborate on magical innovations, it suggests a deeper dimension to their friendship than is explicitly described in the canonical accounts. Not just childhood companions, but true intellectual partners, whose combined talents might have produced extraordinary magical advances had their relationship not fractured. For Snape, the loss of this collaborative partnership would represent yet another dimension of his grief. When Lily withdrew her friendship, not just the personal rejection, but the end of a creative synergy that had pushed both of them to greater magical achievement. The subtle scent of old parchment and ink seems to intensify as we consider this theory, as though the very idea of their collaboration brings that annotated potions book more vividly into our imagination. The cramped handwriting filling every available space becomes not just evidence of Snape's obsessive improvement of potions recipes, but a conversation between two brilliant young minds discovering their power together. This perspective offers a new way to understand Snape's complex relationship with Harry Potter, beyond seeing Lily's eyes and James Potter's face, that painful reminder of what he had lost. Snape might also have recognized in Harry's haphazard brilliance something of Lily's intuitive approach to magic, so different from his own meticulous precision, yet complementary to it in ways that once produced extraordinary results. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how differently we might view the Half-Blood Prince's textbook if we accept that some of its innovations emerged from collaboration between Snape and Lily. Not merely a testament to Snape's solitary genius, but a record of what two extraordinarily talented young witches and wizards could create together before the fractures of ideology and circumstance drove them irrevocably apart. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you might wonder what other magical innovations might have emerged had Snape and Lily's friendship endured. If their collaboration did indeed produce both practical enchantments and more dangerous spells, how might their continued partnership have balanced these different approaches to magical power? And in your own life, how have creative partnerships shaped your growth, producing results neither party could have achieved alone? What invisible annotations might exist in the margins of your own experiences, traces of ideas shared and developed through connection with others? Chapter 8. Salazar Slytherin's Misunderstood Legacy. History, like a whispered message passed through generations, often bears only a distant resemblance to truth by the time it reaches us. Tonight, we shall explore a fascinating theory that suggests Salazar Slytherin, reviled founder, supposed blood purist, and creator of the Chamber of Secrets, might have been profoundly misunderstood by magical history, his true intentions and character distorted by centuries of retelling. The canonical account of Salazar Slytherin presents him as the founder, who eventually left Hogwarts after a disagreement with the other founders, particularly Godric Gryffindor, over whether Muggle-born students should be admitted to the school. He supposedly built the Chamber of Secrets and left a basilisk within it, intended to purge the school of those he deemed unworthy to study magic. This portrayal has cemented Slytherin's reputation as a dark wizard obsessed with blood purity. Yet certain inconsistencies and logical gaps in this narrative suggest a more complex truth might lie beneath the simplified history. This theory proposes that Slytherin's true concerns, his actual reasons for leaving Hogwarts, and the purpose of his hidden chamber have been fundamentally misinterpreted over the centuries. Consider first the historical context in which Hogwarts was founded, approximately 1,000 years ago, during a period when witch hunts and persecution of magical individuals by Muggles were genuine threats. In an era before the International Statute of Secrecy, before magical communities had fully separated themselves from Muggle society, the danger posed by exposure was substantial and immediate. Imagine the atmosphere of those uncertain times, the scent of smoke from distant pyres where accused witches burned, the whispered warnings passed between magical families, the constant vigilance required to practice magic without detection. In such a climate, caution regarding who was admitted to a school of magic would not necessarily stem from prejudice, but from pragmatic concern for safety. This theory suggests that Slytherin's reluctance to admit Muggle-born students might have been rooted not in hatred of Muggle blood, but in legitimate security concerns. Children raised in Muggle communities, especially those with strong ties to religious institutions hostile to magic, might accidentally or intentionally expose the school's location or activities. In a time without memory charms as we know them today, such exposure could have catastrophic consequences. The texture of such a motivation would feel quite different from the simple bigotry often attributed to Slytherin, the heavy weight of responsibility for hundreds of magical lives, the painful choice between inclusivity and security, the knowledge that one breach of secrecy could bring destruction upon the first formal magical school in Britain. But what of the Chamber of Secrets and the monster within? This cornerstone of Slytherin's villainous reputation also bears reconsideration under this theory. The canonical account suggests the chamber was created as a means to purge the school of Muggleborns. Yet the logistics of this plan seem curious. Why create a chamber that could only be opened by a distant descendant, potentially centuries later? Why not simply act during his lifetime, if elimination of Muggle-born students was truly his goal? Perhaps the chamber served a different purpose entirely. Consider that a basilisk, while certainly deadly, is also an extremely powerful magical creature with unique properties. Its venom is one of the few substances capable of destroying objects corrupted by the darkest magic. Its presence beneath the school might have been intended not as a weapon against students, but as a final defense against dark forces that might someday threaten Hogwarts. The sensation of such a revelation would ripple through one's understanding of Hogwarts history, a hidden chamber, not as a dark secret, but as a last resort protection, a safeguard created by a founder who foresaw that dark times might come when conventional defenses would not suffice. This interpretation gains credibility when we consider the sophisticated magic required to create and maintain the chamber. Such powerful enchantments, maintained over centuries, suggest a purpose more significant than mere prejudice. The chamber's hidden nature might have been designed not to conceal nefarious intent, but to ensure the basilisk remained undisturbed until genuine need arose, a weapon of last resort, not of first attack. The evidence for this perspective is necessarily circumstantial, drawn from logical inconsistencies in the traditional account, rather than explicit historical records. Yet these inconsistencies are significant. Why would a wizard of Slytherin's undoubted power and influence need to hide his activities if he truly had the support of enough pure-blood families to make his views predominant? Why create a safeguard that he himself would never see activated? The Parseltongue requirement for accessing the chamber provides another intriguing clue. In Slytherin's era, speaking with serpents might not have carried the dark reputation it later acquired. Snakes have long been associated with healing, wisdom, and protection in various magical traditions. By ensuring only a Parselmouth could access the chamber, Slytherin might have been creating a sophisticated security system, one that required not just magical ability, but a rare gift that, in his experience, corresponded with a particular type of wisdom or magical sensitivity. This theory proposes that over centuries, as attitudes toward Muggleborns evolved, and the actual threats of Slytherin's era faded from memory, his precautionary measures were reinterpreted as evidence of bigotry. The nuanced concern for security in a dangerous time simplified into a narrative of blood prejudice that better fit later conflicts within the wizarding world. There exists an alternative interpretation, of course. Perhaps Slytherin was indeed motivated by blood purism as traditionally portrayed. Perhaps he did intend the basilisk as a weapon against those he deemed unworthy. The limited historical records make absolute certainty impossible. Yet this alternative neither accounts for the logical inconsistencies in the traditional narrative, nor offers as rich an understanding of the complex dynamics likely at play during Hogwarts' founding. A more nuanced view of Slytherin, aligns better with what we know of truly great wizards, that they seldom operate from simple motivations, and their actions often serve multiple purposes beyond the immediately obvious. The implications of this theory extend beyond rehabilitating Slytherin's reputation. If his concerns were indeed about security rather than purity, it suggests that the divisions between the Hogwarts houses might originally have represented, not moral differences, different approaches to protecting the wizarding community. Gryffindor, through bold confrontation; Ravenclaw, through advancement of magical knowledge; Hufflepuff, through fostering internal loyalty and cooperation; and Slytherin through vigilance and strategic thinking. For those sorted into Slytherin House in later eras, this perspective offers a profoundly different understanding of their founder's legacy, not a lineage of intolerance to overcome, but a tradition of protection and foresight to reclaim, a house founded not on hatred of otherness, but on the determination to preserve magical knowledge and safety through troubled times. The greenish light that filters through the windows of the Slytherin common room beneath the lake might be seen differently through this theoretical lens, not the murky illumination of moral ambiguity, but the protective glow of deep waters, of a sanctuary created to weather storms that might come from the world beyond. In the subtle shifting of this historical perspective, we might find new meaning in the serpent emblem of Slytherin House. Perhaps it never represented threat or venom, but the ancient symbolic qualities of the snake, renewal through shedding what no longer serves, the wisdom of careful observation before action, the protective coiling around what is most precious. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how fundamentally our understanding of the present is shaped by interpretations of the past. If Salazar Slytherin was indeed misunderstood by history, his protective instincts recast as prejudice, his strategic foresight as darkness, what might this suggest about other aspects of wizarding history that have come down to us through the filter of centuries? As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you might wonder, how many other historical figures have had their complex motives simplified into convenient narratives? What truths might lie beneath the stories we tell ourselves about the origins of our institutions and traditions? And if Slytherin's legacy was indeed one of protection rather than purism, how might this change our understanding of the qualities his house has always valued? Ambition, cunning, and determination, not as pathways to darkness, but as tools for preservation in difficult times. Chapter 9. Ancient Magic and Harry's Forest Survival. In the deepest heart of magical understanding lie principles so fundamental, so ancient, that they transcend the structured spellcraft taught in modern wizarding education. Tonight, we explore a fascinating theory that suggests Harry Potter's survival in the Forbidden Forest, when Voldemort cast the killing curse upon him a second time, was not merely the result of the Elder Wand's allegiance or Lily's lingering protection, but something far more primordial, ancient magic operating according to laws that even Voldemort, with all his dark knowledge, failed to comprehend. The canonical account of Harry's survival in the forest offers several explanations. We know that Harry possessed all 3 Deathly Hallows at that moment. We know that Voldemort used Harry's blood to resurrect himself, inadvertently tethering Lily's protective magic to Harry's life. We know the Elder Wand would not kill its true master. Yet these explanations, while valid, might represent visible manifestations of something deeper, currents of ancient magic flowing beneath the surface of more recognizable spellwork. Consider the setting of this pivotal moment, the Forbidden Forest, a place repeatedly described as ancient, as having existed long before Hogwarts itself. Forests have held magical significance across countless cultures and traditions, often represented as liminal spaces where the boundaries between worlds grow thin, where transformation and resurrection become possible. Imagine the sensory experience of that moment in the forest, the cool night air carrying scents of earth and growing things, the whispered rustling of leaves overhead, the sense of countless unseen presences watching from the shadows. Such ancient places hold memories in their very soil, in the tangled root systems that connect trees across vast distances. In such a setting, magic itself might operate according to older, deeper principles than those governing ordinary spellcraft. This theory suggests that when Harry walked willingly to his death, when he made the conscious choice to sacrifice himself to protect others, he unknowingly activated one of the most fundamental principles of ancient magic. Willing sacrifice creates protection. This same principle had manifested when Lily died to save Harry, but in the forest, something even more profound occurred. A resonance between Harry's choice and the ancient magic permeating that primal place. The texture of such ancient magic would feel fundamentally different from ordinary spells, not the focused, directed power channeled through wands, but something more like gravity or magnetism, a magical force operating according to immutable laws, regardless of whether wizards recognize or acknowledge them. The evidence for this perspective lies partly in the unusual circumstances surrounding that moment in the forest. Harry had just used the Resurrection Stone, an artifact connected to the boundary between life and death. He stood in an ancient place of magical power. He had made a genuine choice to sacrifice himself for others, and perhaps most significantly, he faced Voldemort, who had violated fundamental magical principles through his creation of Horcruxes and his use of Harry's blood in his resurrection. These elements combined might have created a perfect alignment of magical conditions, a moment when ancient principles of sacrifice, freely given blood, and the sanctity of life and death came into sharp focus, creating a protection more powerful than any individual spell. Consider how Voldemort, for all his magical knowledge, consistently underestimated or ignored the older, deeper forms of magic. He dismissed love as weakness rather than power. He treated death as an enemy to be conquered, rather than a natural transition. He viewed blood as merely a component in magical working rather than a substance with profound magical significance in its own right. These blind spots left him vulnerable to the ancient magic that Harry's choices had activated. The sensation of such ancient magic working through Harry would transcend ordinary magical experience, not the familiar rush of spellcasting through a matched wand, but something more profound, as though the very atoms of his being were responding to patterns established at the dawn of magical understanding. It might have felt like sinking into the deepest waters, like being held in the embrace of something vast and knowing, and ultimately benevolent. This theory suggests that what protected Harry in the forest was not simply an extension of his mother's sacrifice or a technical matter of wand allegiance, but a manifestation of the oldest magical principle of all, that willing sacrifice creates a protection that destructive power cannot penetrate. In choosing to die so others might live, Harry aligned himself perfectly with this principle, and the ancient magic of the forest responded accordingly. The implications extend beyond Harry's specific case. If ancient magic operates according to consistent principles regardless of a wizard's knowledge or intention, it suggests a foundation beneath the edifice of formal magical education, a layer of magical reality that responds not to technical skill or power, but to alignment with fundamental magical truths. For those who study deeper forms of magic, this perspective offers a compelling framework. Perhaps the most powerful magic doesn't come from mastering complex spells or possessing unbeatable wands, but from understanding and aligning oneself with these ancient principles that shaped magical reality long before humans began codifying spells and potions. There exists an alternative perspective, of course. Perhaps Harry's survival can be fully explained through the mechanics of the Elder Wand's allegiance, through the specific properties of the Deathly Hallows, or through the particular magical circumstances Voldemort created when he used Harry's blood. Perhaps what happened in the forest requires no reference to ancient magical principles beyond those explicitly described in the canonical accounts. Yet this explanation seems insufficient to account for the profound magical resonance of that moment. The canonical description suggests something more fundamental at work, a convergence of elements that transcends ordinary magical understanding. The whispered conversations among the most knowledgeable magical scholars hint at this possibility. Those who have devoted their lives to studying the deepest principles of magic recognize patterns that connect seemingly disparate magical phenomena, patterns that suggest a coherent underlying structure to all magic, governed by laws as immutable as those governing the physical world. In this light, Harry's survival in the forest represents not an exception to magical rules, but a perfect expression of them, a moment when the visible surface of spell and counterspell parted to reveal the deeper currents beneath. The soft glow of wand light seems to dim as we contemplate these ancient principles, as though acknowledging that some forms of magical understanding transcend the controlled illumination of formal education. In that dimness, we might perceive the outlines of something older, something that was magical before wizards named it as such. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how differently we might view the entire conflict between Harry and Voldemort if we accept that ancient magic played a decisive role in their final confrontation. Not merely a battle between individuals with different values and abilities, but a manifestation of tension between different approaches to magical reality itself. Voldemort, attempting to bend magic to his will through force and technical skill, Harry ultimately prevailing by aligning himself, however unknowingly, with magic's most fundamental principles. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder what other ancient magical principles might still operate in our world, unacknowledged by modern magical education. If willing sacrifice and love can generate protections that transcend ordinary spellcraft, what other fundamental truths might shape magical reality beneath the surface of wands and incantations? And in your own life, magical or mundane, how might your choices align with or diverge from the deepest principles governing the world around you? Chapter 10. Founder Relics as Horcruxes. Within the fractured soul of Tom Riddle lay patterns of intention far beyond simple immortality. Tonight we delve into a compelling theory that Voldemort's selection of Hogwarts Founder's relics as vessels for his Horcruxes wasn't merely symbolic vanity, but a calculated magical strategy, one that might have granted him powers and protections far beyond what conventional Horcrux creation could offer. The canonical account tells us that Voldemort created 6 intentional Horcruxes: his diary, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and his snake Nagini. Of these, 3 were relics belonging to Hogwarts Founders, and a 4th, the ring, contained the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. This pattern seems too deliberate to be coincidental, suggesting a specific magical purpose beyond the basic function of housing soul fragments. Consider first what we know about Horcruxes themselves. These darkest of magical objects contain pieces of a wizard's soul, anchoring them to the mortal realm even if their body is destroyed. But the canonical accounts suggest that the specific objects chosen as Horcruxes matter, that they can influence the behavior and properties of the soul fragment they contain. Imagine the sensory experience of handling such powerfully magical artifacts. The humming vibration of ancient magic contained within precious metals and gems, the whispered echoes of centuries of magical use, the subtle resistance, as if the object itself possessed a form of consciousness. Such objects would not be passive vessels but active participants in the dark magic performed upon them. This theory proposes that Voldemort sought the Founder's relics, not merely as trophies befitting his perception of his own greatness, but because these objects possessed unique magical properties that would enhance his Horcruxes in specific ways. By binding portions of his soul to artifacts already imbued with ancient and powerful magic, he might have hoped to create not just anchors for immortality, but weapons and tools that would serve additional purposes. The texture of such a strategy would feel meticulous and intricate, each Horcrux not merely a safeguard against death, but a step in a greater magical working, a piece in a complex enchantment spanning centuries of magical knowledge and power. Consider Slytherin's locket. Beyond its obvious connection to Voldemort's heritage, lockets in magical tradition often function as protective amulets, designed to shield the wearer from harm. By converting this object into a Horcrux, Voldemort might have sought to create not just a soul container, but a defensive talisman that actively protected itself from magical and physical threats. Hufflepuff's cup suggests different magical associations. Cups and chalices have long symbolized abundance, nourishment, and even healing in various magical traditions. Perhaps Voldemort hoped that this Horcrux might draw magical energy from its surroundings, strengthening itself, and, by extension, his tethered soul fragment over time. Ravenclaw's diadem, said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer, presents perhaps the most intriguing possibility. If some aspect of the relic's original enchantment remained active, the soul fragment stored within might have experienced a form of magical growth or evolution, developing greater intelligence or magical awareness beyond what an ordinary Horcrux could achieve. The evidence for this perspective lies partly in the observed behavior of the Horcruxes themselves. The diary demonstrated an unusual level of autonomy and interactive ability, not merely preserving a soul fragment, but actively attempting to possess Ginny Weasley and drain her life force to restore itself to physical form. Ravenclaw's diadem, said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer, presents perhaps the most intriguing possibility. If some aspect of the relic's original enchantment remained active, the soul fragment stored within might have experienced a form of magical growth or evolution, developing greater intelligence or magical awareness beyond what an ordinary Horcrux could achieve. The evidence for this perspective lies partly in the observed behavior of the Horcruxes themselves. The diary demonstrated an unusual level of autonomy and interactive ability, not merely preserving a soul fragment, but actively attempting to possess Ginny Weasley and drain her life force to restore itself to physical form. This suggests that Horcruxes can be more than passive soul containers. They can take on specific functional properties based on their creation and housing. The ring, too, behaved in unusual ways, tempting Dumbledore with what seemed like an irresistible lure, suggesting active magical influence rather than merely passive protection. If these properties emerged from the interaction between the soul fragment and the inherent magic of the vessels, it suggests a deliberate strategy in Voldemort's selections. This theory gains additional credibility when we consider Voldemort's exceptional magical knowledge and his methodical approach to achieving immortality. Would such a wizard choose vessels based merely on symbolic value, or would he seek objects whose inherent magic could enhance his dark creation? There exists an alternative perspective, of course. Perhaps Voldemort's choice of Founder's relics stemmed primarily from his psychological connection to Hogwarts, the first place he felt at home, and his desire to possess objects of historical significance as an extension of his own grandiosity. Perhaps any magical benefits were secondary to this emotional and symbolic motivation. Yet this explanation seems insufficient given what we know of Voldemort's character and magical approach. While sentiment might have influenced his selection of the diary and the ring, his pursuit of the Founder's relics appears too systematic to be driven merely by emotion or symbolism. The implications of this theory extend beyond understanding Voldemort's particular strategy. If the inherent magical properties of objects can influence the behavior and capabilities of a Horcrux, it suggests a broader principle in how magical energies interact. That when different forms of magic combine, they don't merely coexist, but transform each other in potentially unpredictable ways. For those who study the deepest principles of magic, this perspective offers a disturbing but important insight, that dark magic can parasitize and corrupt positive magical energies, turning virtues into weapons. The Founder's relics, originally created to enhance wisdom, protect, and provide, became through Voldemort's corruption vessels for the most self-serving form of immortality. The faint gleam of ancient gold seems to dim as we contemplate this theory, as though even the memory of these corrupted relics carries some shadow of their desecration. What might have happened had Voldemort completed his collection? If he had somehow acquired a relic of Gryffindor's to complement the other three Founders, would some greater dark enchantment have activated? Some magical symmetry that 4 Horcruxes and 4 Founders' objects might have created? Another question emerges when we consider the geographical distribution of these Horcruxes before Harry and his friends began hunting them. The diary at Malfoy Manor, the ring at the Gaunt Shack, the locket originally in the Sea Cave, the cup in Gringotts, the diadem at Hogwarts. Did this distribution serve some magical purpose beyond simple security? Might they have formed points in a greater magical working, a dark enchantment laid across Britain itself. The theory suggests one final, disturbing possibility, that Voldemort's ultimate plan might have extended beyond mere immortality. By binding his soul to objects of great magical significance and power, he might have sought not just to survive indefinitely, but to absorb the magical properties of these artifacts over time, to become, in essence, the heir not just of Slytherin, but of all four founders, accumulating their magical legacies into himself. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how differently we might view Voldemort's Horcrux creation if we accept that the specific vessels were chosen for their magical properties, as well as their symbolic value. Not merely acts of soul-splitting and preservation, but a complex magical strategy aimed at enhancing his power and influence even while disembodied. The deep shadows cast by our wand light seem to pulse slightly as we contemplate this possibility, as though the very idea of such dark magical strategy disturbs the air around us. Yet understanding such darkness helps illuminate the full scope of what Harry and his allies overcame, not just a wizard pursuing immortality through well-documented if forbidden means, but a magical innovator pushing the boundaries of what Horcruxes could be and do. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you might wonder if magical objects retain aspects of their original purpose even when corrupted to new uses. What does this suggest about the nature of magic itself? Is there an inherent moral quality to magical energies that resists perversion? Or can any magic be turned toward darkness in the hands of those determined enough? And in your own relationship with meaningful objects, have you observed how their original purpose seems to persist, subtly influencing how they function even when adapted to new uses? Chapter 11. Moody's awareness of the impostor. In the shadowed corners of magical theory, certain possibilities emerge that cast familiar events in an entirely new light. Tonight we explore a fascinating hypothesis that suggests Alastor Mad-Eye Moody, renowned Auror, captive of Barty Crouch Jr., and unwilling donor of identity, might have maintained a level of awareness during his imprisonment that allowed him to witness, and perhaps subtly influence, the events unfolding at Hogwarts during Harry's 4th year. The canonical account tells us that Moody was attacked in his home shortly before the school year began, imprisoned in his own magical trunk, and kept alive so that Barty Crouch Jr. could continue harvesting his hair for Polyjuice Potion. For nearly 10 months, Moody remained a prisoner, seemingly helpless as his identity was used to manipulate the Triwizard Tournament and guide Harry Potter toward Voldemort's rebirthing ritual. Yet certain subtle inconsistencies suggest that Moody's awareness and influence during this period might have been greater than anyone, perhaps even Crouch himself, realized. Consider first what we know of Alastor Moody's character and abilities. This was no ordinary wizard, but one of the most accomplished Aurors of his generation, responsible for filling half the cells in Azkaban. His career had been built on outsmarting dark wizards, on anticipating their moves and countering them before they could be completed. Would such a wizard, however temporarily overpowered, remain entirely passive during months of captivity? Imagine the sensory experience of Moody's imprisonment, the confined darkness of the magical trunk, the periodic intrusions of his captor, the disorienting sensation of partial polyjuice harvesting. Yet within this confinement, might there not have been moments of opportunity, flickers of magical connection that a wizard of Moody's caliber could exploit? This theory suggests that through his magical eye, an artifact of extraordinary power, Moody maintained some awareness of his impostor's activities at Hogwarts. More than that, it proposes that he found subtle ways to influence Crouch's behavior, introducing small inconsistencies or hesitations that ultimately contributed to the plan's failure. The texture of such covert resistance would be intricate and delicate, not dramatic interventions, but tiny nudges at critical moments, exploiting the magical connection between the real Moody and the elements of his identity being used by Crouch, perhaps through the magical resonance between his eye and the duplicate Crouch wore, perhaps through some vestige of connection through the harvested hair used in the Polyjuice Potion. Moody might have maintained a thread of influence too subtle for his captor to detect. The evidence for this perspective lies in certain curious behaviors exhibited by the false Moody throughout the year. Consider his seemingly contradictory actions, helping Harry navigate the tournament while simultaneously guiding him toward Voldemort's trap. The canonical explanation suggests this was simply Crouch's adherence to a complex plan. But what if some of these contradictions represented moments where the real Moody's influence broke through? Particularly noteworthy is the impostor's teaching style. Despite being a Death Eater, Crouch's Moody proved an exceptional defense against the dark arts teacher, providing students with valuable knowledge and skills against dark magic. This knowledge would later prove crucial during the war against Voldemort. Was this simply Crouch maintaining his cover, or might the real Moody have somehow influenced his impostor's teaching priorities? Consider, too, the false Moody's warning to Harry about Karkaroff and Snape, a warning that served to make Harry more wary and vigilant throughout the year. While this could be interpreted as merely increasing Harry's dependency on the false Moody, it also had the effect of heightening Harry's overall caution, potentially making him better prepared for the dangers he would ultimately face. This theory gains additional credibility when we consider the design and magical properties of Moody's eye itself. This was no ordinary magical artifact, but a device capable of seeing through solid objects, through invisibility cloaks, and through the back of Moody's own head. Might such a powerful magical object maintain some connection to its true owner, even when physically separated? Might it serve as a conduit, not just for vision, but for subtle magical influence? The implications of this theory extend beyond the specific events of Harry's fourth year. If Moody maintained some awareness and influence during his captivity, it suggests levels of magical connection and resistance that go beyond conventional understanding of spells and counterspells. It hints at the possibility that identity magic, like the Polyjuice potion, creates links that can be exploited by sufficiently skilled wizards, even when they appear to be at a complete disadvantage. There exists an alternative interpretation, of course. Perhaps all of the impostor's actions can be explained simply as Barty Crouch Jr. playing his role to perfection, with any seeming contradictions or helpful moments merely necessary parts of maintaining his cover while executing Voldemort's plan. Perhaps the real Moody was indeed fully isolated during his imprisonment, aware of nothing beyond the confines of his magical prison. Yet this explanation doesn't fully account for the exceptional level of authentic Moody-like behavior that Crouch maintained throughout the year, behavior so convincing that it fooled even Dumbledore for months. While Crouch had clearly studied his victim carefully, the depth of his performance suggests something more than mere observation might have been at work. For those who encountered the false Moody during that year at Hogwarts, this theory offers a compelling reinterpretation of their experience. The valuable defensive magic they learned, the heightened awareness of constant vigilance that many carried forward into the coming war, these might represent not merely the unintended benefits of a convincing performance, but the deliberate influence of a master auror fighting a subtle battle from within his prison. The faint magical residue of such influence might still linger in the castle corridors, imperceptible, except to the most sensitive magical detection. A whispered warning here, a nudged teaching priority there, small currents in the greater flow of that year's events, yet potentially significant in their cumulative effect. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how differently we might view the events of that pivotal year, if we accept that Moody maintained some awareness and influence throughout his captivity. Not merely a victim whose identity was stolen, but a continuing participant in the unfolding drama, limited in his action, yes, but never entirely removed from the fight against darkness that had defined his life. The dim glow of lamplight seems to flicker with possibility as we contemplate this perspective, casting shifting shadows that mirror the uncertain boundaries between captivity and influence, between apparent helplessness and hidden agency. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you might wonder, in situations where we seem most powerless, what subtle forms of influence might still remain available to us. If Moody could indeed affect events while imprisoned, What does this suggest about the persistence of identity, and will even in the most constraining circumstances? And might there be moments in your own life where someone you thought absent was, in fact, exerting a gentle but significant influence on the path your journey took? Chapter 12. Ariana Dumbledore's Obscurial Nature. In the gentle stillness of night, certain hidden truths emerge like stars appearing in a darkening sky. We explore a theory that casts new light on one of the wizarding world's most tragic figures, Ariana Dumbledore, suggesting that her mysterious condition and ultimate fate can be understood through a phenomenon later identified in magical history. She may have been an Obscurial, a host to the dangerous magical force known as an Obscurus. The canonical accounts tell us that Ariana Dumbledore was attacked by Muggle boys at the age of 6 after they witnessed her performing magic. Following this traumatic event, she became unable to control her magical abilities, experiencing unpredictable outbursts of dangerous power that eventually led to her mother's accidental death. Later, during a three-way duel between Albus Dumbledore, his brother Aberforth, and Gellert Grindelwald, Ariana was killed by a stray curse, though the caster remains unknown. These fragmented details align remarkably well with what we later learn about Obscurials, young witches and wizards who through trauma or suppression develop a parasitic magical force called an Obscurus. This dark energy, formed from repressed magic, eventually consumes the host and can erupt in destructive outbursts before typically causing death before adolescence. Imagine the sensory experience of such a condition. The feeling of magic turned inward, building beneath the surface like pressure in a sealed vessel. The terrifying moments when control slips and destructive power erupts unbidden. The texture of such existence would be one of constant tension, of magical energy distorted from its natural expression into something volatile and dangerous. This theory suggests that following her attack, Ariana began suppressing her magic out of fear and trauma, inadvertently creating an Obscurus. Her subsequent inability to perform magic normally, her unpredictable outbursts, and the danger she posed to those around her all align perfectly with the established characteristics of an Obscurial. The evidence for this perspective lies partly in the specific language used to describe Ariana's condition. Aberforth states that she was afraid to use magic, but couldn't get rid of it. It turned inward and drove her mad. This description closely parallels what we later learn about Obscurials, that their magic denied expression turns destructive both to themselves and others. Consider, too, the unusual longevity of Ariana's condition. Most Obscurials are known to die before reaching adolescence, yet Ariana lived to the age of 14. This exceptional survival might be explained by the care provided by her family, particularly her mother Kendra, and later Aberforth, who seemed to have a special ability to calm her during magical episodes. The textures of light and shadow in the Dumbledore household take on new meaning through this theoretical lens. The curtained windows and secluded garden, not merely protecting Ariana from curious eyes, but containing the unpredictable manifestations of an Obscurus that could reveal her condition to the wizarding authorities or the surrounding Muggle community. This theory gains additional credibility when we consider Albus Dumbledore's reaction upon eventually learning about Obscurials. As a man who had witnessed his sister's condition firsthand, his particular interest in Credence Barebone during the events in New York might have stemmed from recognition, the realization that others suffered from the same affliction that had claimed Ariana. The implications of this theory extend beyond understanding Ariana's personal tragedy. If she was indeed an Obscurial, it casts the conflict between Dumbledore and Grindelwald in a new light. Grindelwald's later interest in harnessing the power of an Obscurus might have originated during his time with the Dumbledores, where he witnessed firsthand the destructive potential of such magic. More poignantly, it suggests that Ariana's death might not have been simply the result of a stray curse during the three-way duel, but could have involved an Obscurus outburst triggered by the magical confrontation around her. The wild, uncontrollable nature of an Obscurus eruption would explain why no one knew whose spell had actually killed her. Perhaps it was the Obscurus itself, finally overwhelming its host during a moment of extreme magical stress. There exists an alternative interpretation, of course. Perhaps Ariana suffered from some other magical condition or trauma response, not directly related to what we later came to know as an Obscurial. Perhaps the similarities are coincidental, rather than indicative of the same phenomenon. Yet this explanation seems insufficient given the precise parallels between Ariana's described symptoms and the established characteristics of Obscurials. The theory that Ariana was an Obscurial offers a coherent framework that explains her condition, her longevity despite it, and potentially even the circumstances of her death. For those who knew the Dumbledore family, this perspective might cast their secretive household in a different light, not merely a family hiding a damaged daughter out of shame or fear of institutionalization, but a family desperately trying to protect and care for a child suffering from a condition the wizarding world did not yet understand and could not treat. The scent of goat's milk and herbs that perpetually surrounded Aberforth takes on new significance in this context, perhaps representing remedies he discovered could temporarily soothe Ariana during her episodes, knowledge he carried with him throughout his long life after her death. This theory also offers a more nuanced understanding of Albus Dumbledore's complex character. His early ambition and attachment to Grindelwald might have been partly motivated by frustration at his inability to help his sister, a brilliant young wizard, finding himself powerless against the mysterious condition, destroying Ariana from within. His later wisdom and caution regarding power might have stemmed directly from witnessing how uncontrolled magical force had consumed his beloved sister. The quiet shadows of the Dumbledore family history seem to deepen as we consider this possibility. The tragedy of Ariana reframed not as a simple accident or the collateral damage of ambitious young wizards, but as an early case of a magical phenomenon that would remain unidentified and misunderstood for decades to come. As we conclude our exploration of this theory, consider how differently we might view the entire Dumbledore family narrative if Ariana was indeed an Obscurial, not merely a tragic backstory for one of the wizarding world's greatest figures, but a case study in how even the most knowledgeable magical families can find themselves helpless against poorly understood magical phenomena, and how such experiences shape the survivors for the remainder of their lives. The soft glow of wandlight seems to flicker with a new sadness as we contemplate this perspective, illuminating corners of the Dumbledore family history previously shrouded in ambiguity and confusion. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder how many other historical cases of unstable magic or magical illness might be reinterpreted through our growing understanding of magical phenomena. If Ariana's condition was indeed that of an Obscurial, what does this suggest about the cyclical nature of magical discovery and understanding, and might there be other magical conditions, currently unrecognized or misunderstood, affecting witches and wizards today, conditions that future generations will identify and perhaps finally learn to treat?